Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to test one. Test one, two. There we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Dragon Stadium here in Columbia, Maryland, on the beautiful campus of Howard Community College, where we are gearing up for the 2026 NJCAA Region 20 Outdoor Track and Field Championships. And yes, your eyes do not deceive you. It's beautiful weather out there today. Welcome inside the broadcast booth, everyone. I'm the big man on the mic, Isaac Donsky, ready to bring you all of the action today. This should be a very, very, very fun day. We have got 8 straight hours of track and field activities. It is going to be awesome. We've got some great field events and some great track events, including the 4x8 relays. If you didn't watch our broadcast last year, you missed out on the rain and the sleet and the cold, but we brought you everything, and it was a very, very fun meet. Last year's championship was won by Hagerstown Community College after a battle with Howard Community College throughout the entirety of the meet. Well, this year, Howard is looking for revenge, but this is a region championship, so we're not going to be biased. There are a lot of schools that are out there currently getting ready to go. We've got representatives from Montgomery College in Rockville, CCBC Essex, and CCBC Catonsville, Carroll Community College, Hagerstown Community College, the Howard Community College Dragons, and many more on the way. WVU Potomac State College is also here. Let's take a look at the schedule for day one. As you see on your screens, the coaches and officials are meeting just by the start-finish line. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule of events for day one. We're going to kick things off in about 10 minutes with men's and women's pole vault and men's and women's javelin. That should be a lot of fun. Opening up with some field events. At noon, we've got the men's and women's long jump. That's one of the funnest jumping events of the meet. We'll bring you that action as well. We'll also have the men's and women's hammer throw at 1 o'clock. The first race of the day is at 1 o'clock. The men's and women's 10K races. Those should be a lot of fun. Hagerstown swept those races last year. Howard is looking to get some revenge. Really feels like it's going to be a HCC versus HCC battle for the championship this year between Hagerstown and Howard. But hey, CCBC Essex, Montgomery, Catonsville, the other schools, they could surprise the 2 top teams in track and field in Region 20, so we're looking forward to that. The rest of the day will be devoted to preliminary action for tomorrow's races. We have the 110 meters and 100 meter hurdle prelims at 2:30. At 3 o'clock, the 100 dash prelims for men's and women's. And at 4 o'clock to wrap up the day, the 200 meter dash preliminaries for men's and women's. We've also got at 3:30 the 4x8 relay for men's and women's. That should be fun. I'm looking forward to that most. That probably is going to be the best race of the day. Unless there's something crazy that happens in the preliminaries. Tomorrow's schedule events is much more packed, and for that, we'll have my colleague Mark Winkle on the call. I'll be over at Kiwanis Wallace Park for softball, for Strikeout Cancer Day for HCC softball. Tomorrow kicks off with a trio of events at noon, the shot put, triple jump, and steeplechase for both men and women, all 3 of those events. At 12:40, it's the 4x100 meter relay. 12:55, it's the 1500 meter run. Then at 1:15, it'll be the finals for the hurdles. 1:25, it's the 100 meter finals. Then officials break at 1:30, followed by discus and high jump at 2:30, plus the 400 meter dash, the 800 meter run at 2:40, the 400 meter hurdles at 3 o'clock, the 200 meter finals at 3:30, the 5K at 3:45, and 4:45 wrapping up the event, the 4x400 meters. But today is Friday, so we have got our schedule of events ready to go. You can see behind on your screen, just behind the coaches meeting, looks like the javelin throwers are warming up, and we've also got warm-ups going on with the pole vault. Pole vault looks like WVU Potomac State is going to be the heavy favorites in that. They've got a couple pole vaulters. We've also got, for the javelin, looks like that's going to be the first really packed event featuring what looks like Hagerstown, Montgomery, and Howard. Howard's got a couple of their sprinters players actually participating in the javelin throw. That should be a lot of fun. And reminder, we have the long jump coming up after this. The first race of the day will be the 10K, will be the, excuse me, the 5th. Yes, the 10K race, the longest race scheduled for this weekend. And that'll be coming up at 1 o'clock alongside the hammer throw. Joining me today in the booth and serving as my cameraman for today's event and also my co-commentator against his will is our very own Joey Constant, the voice of HCC Women's Soccer. All right, Joey, just speak it to that mic there. So we got a stacked day of events today, starting off with javelin and the pole vault. And later on, we've got the hammer throw and the long jump coming up. Out of all the events on the schedule for Friday, which ones are you most excited for?
I'm most excited for the javelin throw just because I want to see how the throw team competes and performs out there. They've been putting in work, getting in there day in, day out. So I'm excited to see them play.
Me, me too. I'm very excited to see them play it, see them go out there as well. And it mentioned earlier, it looks like Howard is going to have some of their sprinters take part in the javelin throw. We'll see if new throw coach Mike Petro has got them in a position where they are good to go. We'll be bringing you interviews with some of our student athletes and coaches throughout today's event if we get the time. It is a packed day, though it is the lighter of the two, and we're looking forward to it. We've also got multiple camera angles. We're going to try and work through that. One of my associates just brought me something we need for that, so we're going to try and get that separate camera up so you folks at home can watch the pole vault, which is coming up in just a bit. But once the coaches meeting wraps up here on your screen, we'll get to the action with the javelin toss and the pole vault. And remember, the first race of the day is coming up at 1 o'clock. That's the men's and women's 10K race. That should be a fun one if you like endurance races. We'll take a quick break and be right back with the start of events. You are watching day one of the 2026 NJCAA Region 20 Outdoor Track and Field Championships live here at Howard Community College. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dragon Stadium. As you can see live on your cameras, we have multiple different camera angles for the first time here out on the field. Big shout out to our new assistant athletic director of communications and operations, Mark Winkle, who helped us get multiple camera angles set up. And as you can see, pole vault is warming up. Slight change in schedule. Pole vault's going to go at 11, but javelin's going to wait till 11:30. They're a little behind schedule, so pole vault's going to go ahead and start. We're going to start things off by covering pole vault. We'll then move our camera over for the long jump, as you see the athletes from Hagerstown and Howard, I think, getting ready to go. I see Brando Campos and Chase Price, who are both on Howard's JV basketball team down there. They're the two gentlemen to the right of your screen. Looks like they might be attempting the pole vault. We don't know exactly who is going to be in each heat, but we should find out in a bit. We're going to actually try and pull up that information for you. Javelin throw is also warming up. We're excited for this, folks. All right, we're going to take one last break and be right back for the start of today's events, as pole vault's going to kick us off here at the 2026 Track and Field Championships. Start. Here we go. Welcome back, folks. As you can see, we are warming up with the pole vault. Man, I completely forgot what it was called for a second. That was massive brain fart. Looks like Howard's Brando Campos will be participating in this one. Still getting you the sheets of who is going to be in which heat. As we're warming up for More tests going on. There's a Pot State or Essex athlete. They have almost the exact same colors, so sometimes it's a little hard to tell. And this is back over at the javelin throw, which is warming up at the moment. I'm just going to get our camera angle perfect so you folks can see the entire field. There we go. And we'll clip back over to the pole vault. Once again, the schedule of events: we start off the afternoon with pole vault and javelin throw. Long jumps at noon, hammer throw at 1, 10K at 1, then preliminaries for the hurdles at 2:30, preliminaries for the 100 meters at 3, the 4x8 at 3:30, and the 200-meter preliminaries at 4 o'clock. So it's a fairly packed day, but as you see, one of Carroll Community College's pole vaulters just pass over there. It looks like we got a good mix of Carroll, Pot State, and Howard for the pole vault, and we're working on pulling up the results. Step away real quick and just take on something. As you see another practice run there. Oh, All right, folks, we've got our entrants. Let's take a look at who is participating in our pole vault. For the women's pole vault, it will be just one entrant. Carroll Community College's Haley Younger. A freshman, personal best of 2.43 meters, season best of 2.3 meters. She has been the one who's been warming up over there. Meanwhile, for the men's pole vault, we have got a battle between Howard and Potts State. Howard has entered 3 vaulters, Brando Campos, Chase Price, and Rain Ogans, who will all be attempting the pole vault for the first time. Meanwhile, Potts State are the favorites here. They've got 2 veteran pole vaulters, freshmen Alec and Tanner Dietrich. I believe they're brothers. Allen's personal best 3.35 meters, season best of 3.35. Tanner Dietrich's personal best of 3.59. Now for the javelin toss, we've got 4 entrants for the women's javelin toss. CCBC Essex has entered Lana Carey and Ayana Polk. Looks like Potomac Montgomery has entered Imani Dennis and Angela Green. In the men's javelin throw, they're going to have a lot of entrants here, including some from outside of Region 20. We've got Isaac Benavides from Montgomery, Dagam Cross from Carroll, Nick Columber and Seandor Emerson from Hagerstown, and Connor Jessup from Hagerstown, Angel Garnett Willis from Camden County College, from Amir Moad and Daniel Warner and Jalen Etheridge from Howard Community College, and from Montgomery, Chisenga Mwape, Kendall Weidman, and Malachi Tematau from Essex. So there are quite a lot of participants in the javelin toss and the pole vault. We're watching the pole vault right now, and we're seeing warm-ups. You see Brando Campos getting into position. He and Rain Ogans will be jumping for the first time. Now, the scoring system works like this. Every event, every time you podium or every place gives your team points. The idea is to get as many points as possible to best your opponents, and that is what every team here is trying to do. You want to enter as many events as possible. As we tune in now to the javelin toss, looks like for the javelin throw, here's some of the entrants for the other field events, which are coming up shortly afterwards. For the women's long jump, it'll be 7 entrants. From Hagerstown, seed 1 is Jessica Franklin from Hagerstown, Angela Green from Montgomery, Bailey Jarrett from Potts State, Jaden Motcher from Hagerstown, Tania Watson from Howard, Haley Wren from Montgomery, and Haley Younger from Carroll. For the men's long jump, it's Nicholas Brockdoff from Carroll, Jaden Brooks from CCBC Catonsville, Brymere Brown from Camden County, Brando Campos from Howard, Nasir Cheatham from Potomac State, Chance DeRosier from Howard, Angel Garnett Willis from Camden County, Caleb Long from Hagerstown, Gabriel Mao from Montgomery, Amari Parker from Hagerstown, Ralph Pettian from Hagerstown, Chase Price from Howard, Isaiah Sprinkle from Carroll, Keith Towns from Camden County, Kendall Weidman from Montgomery, and Carter Wright from Carroll. And finally, in the hammer throw, the women's hammer throw will be a battle between Simisola Eluru from Howard and Kisiana Johnson and Blessing Owusu from Camden County. And the men's hammer throw will be a stacked lineup featuring Isaac Benavides from Montgomery, Nick Columber, Seandor Emerson, and Connor Jessup from Hagerstown. From Howard, Richard Saunders, Aloka Okafor, and Evan Taylor, and John Porter Jr., an unattached athlete, will also be competing. Those are the field events and entries for today. And see, we're still getting some warm-ups from both sides, but it looks like we might be getting started in just a bit with javelin throw. Let's take a look at the track day 1 entries for all of our events. Just one runner for the women's 10K. That's Shay Melton from Hagerstown Community College. For the men's 10K, though, this should be a fun race. Will Campbell, Jacob Davidson, and Jonathan Fox from Hagerstown. From Carroll, Salvatore Lavelle and Maddox Schumann. From Catonsville, Elijah Walker. From Howard, Jason Winter. And from Potomac State, Dylan Poston and LJ Seeley. Lots of entrants for the 100-meter preliminaries for for the 100-meter preliminaries. I'll get to you on that in 1 second. As we come back live to the pole vault, which is about to get underway. So once again, your entrance for the pole vault. Carroll has, congratulations to Carroll Community College. They've already won the women's pole vault with Haley Younger. She hasn't even gone yet, but she's the only entrant. That's how it works sometimes, but that's valuable points. And on the men's pole vault, it'll be a battle between Alec and Tanner Dietrich for Potomac State and Howard's Brando Campos, Rain Ogans, and Chase Price. As there's Haley Younger going and up and over as we begin the first official event of this first official event. Haley Younger will jump first and clears her first vault. Here's Brando Campos for Howard. Oh, contact with the barrier. I believe these are still just test jumps, but they're doing it with the barrier up there. We will cut to javelin once they get started. They're still doing warm-up throws, but they've got a stacked lineup of throwers for that event. Alec Dietrich should be coming up next for Potomac State. Although it looks like there's going to be another test run here, I think by Chase Price of Howard. And you see the officials are just talking things over here about the pole vault. And while they're doing that, let's quickly cut over to javelin, where you see all the warm-ups going on. Once again, women's javelin throw is going to be a battle between Ayanna Polk and Lana Carey of CCBC Essex and Montgomery's Amani Dennis and Angela Green. The men's javelin throw is stacked with 12 entries, including three throwers from Montgomery, one thrower from Carroll, one thrower from Essex, one thrower from Camden, three from Howard, and three from Hagerstown. So once again, it's Hagerstown and Howard, the two top track teams in the two top track teams really going at it as warm-ups continue. First up for the men's javelin throw will be Isaac Benavides from Montgomery. Everybody's still getting their stuff warmed up. Cutting back now to pole vault, which is still warming up.
Yeah.
Oh, we will be right back, folks, as we get underway. Back at HCC, we're getting underway here with the pole vault as Chase Price with a nice clearance there for the Dragons. Saw Haley Younger go earlier, made some contact with the bar. Again, the Dragons have got 3 participants in the pole vault as they duke it out with Pot State in this one. You want to get as many points as possible in each event to try and get the overall victory. A lot of those points are going to come from the races, as here comes Haley Younger with a nice clearance. Like I said earlier, she's automatically won the women's pole vault for Carroll. She's the only entry, but still, you can't just skip that event. You got to get those points because those points add up. Last year, Howard lost the title to Hagerstown by just 5 points because they scored 5 fewer points in the triple jump. As here goes Brando Campos up. So these field events, while there are fewer of them than the track events, those points still add up. You want to get as many as possible. These jumps are still kind of tests. Meanwhile, out on the javelin field, Howard is currently warming up. We'll give you a quick look at that real quick. As you see, the Dragons are out there warming up. As we're getting underway here with these opening field events. Once again, here's the schedule of events for today, folks. And let me pull it up once more. Pole vault javelin kick us off today at 11, a little just at 11:30. Then at noon, it's going to be the long jump, 1 o'clock, the hammer throw, and the first race of the day at 1, the 10K, so the endurance races for men's and women's. The women's endurance race is going to be an interesting one because there's only 1 entrance, so that one might just be us filming somebody jogging around. But like I said before, just because you're the only entrant in an event doesn't mean you can skip it. You still have to get those points. The men's 10K will feature a pretty stacked field. Then it's the preliminaries for the for the hurdles, preliminaries for the 100-meter dash, preliminaries for the 200-meter dash, and the 4x8 relay at 3:30 should be the highlight of the day. Pretty much every school that is involved in these championships will be participating in that. And it looks like we're about to get underway with the javelin throw. So, once again, for the javelin throw entrance, for the women's javelin throw, we only got 4. From CCBCSX, Lana Carey and Ayana Polk, and from Montgomery College, Amani Dennis and Angela Green. For men's javelin throw, we have got 12 entrants. From Montgomery College, Isaac Benavides, Chisenge Mwape, and Kendall Weidman. From Carroll, Dagan Cross. From Hagerstown, Nick Columber, Sandor Emerson, and Connor Jessup. From Howard, Jalen Etheridge, Amir Moad, and Daniel Warner. From Camden County, Angel Garnett Willis. And from Essex, Malachi Tamatu. As looks like we are about to get underway. The judge is talking things over with our participants. First up should be Isaac Benavides from Montgomery College. He'll be opening things up for us for the javelin toss. As you see on your screen there, pole vault is still warming up as they're getting underway as well. A little cut back to pole vault. You can see that they're going as here's Chase Price going for his attempt. Nice job. Judges are taking their place in the field for javelin throw. This should be fun. Here we go. Looking forward to this. They've got their measuring stick out there. We're all set and ready to go. Once again, it's going to be a stacked lineup of throwers.
The track is closed.
As there is a chuck. That was Dagum Cross of Carroll going first, I believe. Excuse me, that was Hagerstown. Nick Columber from Hagerstown on that chuck. I believe they asked the Hagerstown thrower to throw just so they could make sure they have the measurement in the right place. All right, we're all set and ready to go. Isaac Benavides for Montgomery will go first. First chuck of the day for javelin is up. And nice throw, about 20, it looks like about 20, 25 meters. Nice throw from Benavides. They'll bring up Dagim Cross from Carroll up next. There's a chuck from one of Hagerstown's throwers. I'll check it right there. They're setting a pole vault. We're getting ready to go for pole vault as Carroll's Dagim Cross chucks. Solid throw from him. Nick Columber from Hagerstown is listed as going next. Though I think Hagerstown went out. I think the Hagerstown throwers have already gone a little bit. There's a throw there. That, I believe, is Angel Garnett Willis from Camden County, down from New Jersey. I think our first Howard thrower is going to be up next. I believe it's going to be Daniel Warner. as they're going out a little bit out of order from what they were listed as on the timing sheet, but that's okay. And it does look like it's going to be Daniel Warner of Howard going next. Here's Warner. Nice throw. 40 meters for Daniel Warner. That is definitely what the Dragons wanted to see. Good start for them. Keeping our eyes peeled, folks. Pole vault still setting up, it looks like, but they should be getting going in just a bit, and we'll also have a long jump over there. And a big shout out to Mark Winkle, our associate assistant athletic director of communications and operations, who came on board a couple weeks ago, who's going to be operating our secondary cam over there. As next up's one of Hagerstown throwers. This might be Connor Jessup. It looks like it is. And forgive me, folks, if I get the names wrong. Here's Jessup. Jogs up, chucks up. That's going to come down about 20 meters. And the way the judge is responding, I think they're not going to count that because it landed tail first. Like I said before, Howard, you have to build up points with every single event. So you can't just get all your points from the track events. You have to get the ones from field too. Here's a chuck from Howard's Jalen Etheridge. That was good too. That cleared, I think that's up to 30 meters for him. Not bad at all. Next up, we got another Hagerstown chucker. It's going to be, I don't know if that's the official term, but I'm going to go with it. Actually, I think all of Hagerstown's throwers have gone. We've still got, I think we have 4 more throwers to go here on this first round for men's javelin. And again, forgive me if I get any names wrong, folks. We're working off of, as here we go. Looks like CCBC Essex's thrower is up. Not bad, not bad. About 22 meters, I'd say, for Malachi Temateu from CCBC Essex. Right now, it looks like Daniel Warner is in the lead for the javelin. We're going to cut away from javelin real quick because we're about to begin the pole vault. Haley Younger for Carroll will go for her first official throw, first official jump. As looks like Montgomery's Kendall Weidman is about to go for the javelin toss. You can kind of see it in the background. Here's Weidman tossing. Excuse me, that was not Weidman. That was somebody else. No, that was Weidman. There you see on your screen Haley Younger going for her throw for the women's pole vault. We'll cut back real quick here for a throw from Hagerstown for the men's javelin. I believe this is Nick Columber. It's up. Oh, that's a good one. Just shy of 40 meters. I think that's about 36, 37 meters. That'll get you some good points. Good throw there from Hagerstown. Now, this young man going up next for Howard is a fun one. This is Amir Moad, who has broken the school record for the 100-meter dash and has already qualified for nationals. So he's having fun today. He's doing javelin throw because you're already locked in. Why not see what else you could do? Here's Moad. Not bad, not bad. About 30, 32 meters for Amir Moad. good points so far. All three of the Dragons throwers have cleared 30 meters, so good points for them. As we got another Hagerstown thrower up next. That would be Sandor Emerson, I believe. Very good throw there from Montgomery College. That's going to just be about 35 meters, I believe, for Isaac Benavides. Or sorry, excuse me, Chisenge Mwape.
Yeah, that was good.
Not bad at all. We have the HCC's thrower who went. That was Daniel Warner. 37.98 was his distance. Here's another thrower from Hagerstown. Oh, that one got tipped by the wind, I think. Tail caught it, and it sticks in about 15 meters from the throw. Howard looking strong so far here in the throws, but as here's Carroll's thrower, not bad at all. Very, very good. That one about 36 meters. These are all estimates, by the way, folks. We'll have the official responses for you later. Women's pole vault still going on here. Haley Younger is just getting as many points as she can for Carroll to try and give them a chance. Carroll's got a solid track team, and they could be a dark horse threat to dethrone Hagerstown or Howard as among the top two. So keep an eye on them. They're going to be scooping up a lot of points. Here's another Montgomery throw. Not bad from Isaac Benavides. 22 meters, it looks like. Not bad at all. And it looks like is that Jalen Etheridge or is that Essex's thrower? Here comes Daniel Warner with another throw. Warner. Oh, baby. Clears 40. That's got to be 42, 43 meters for Daniel Warner. That might have just won him the gold.
Yeah.
What a chuck from Daniel Warner. Well, he's a cross-country guy, so, you wouldn't expect that, but that's incredible. That could have just given Howard their first gold of the day. What a throw from Daniel Warner. I still got a couple more rounds of this to go. And don't worry, folks. Once the men's pole vault starts, we'll cut the camera over to that. Don't you worry about a thing. We're not going to just stay focused on javelin for the entire morning session. But it is, we are seeing some fun stuff here.
Isaac, have you thrown one of these javelins before?
I don't know if you folks heard that, but that was Elijah, my camera guy, asking if I've thrown one of these javelins. The answer is no. I've thrown an atlatl before. It was an ancient weapon used by native peoples here in the Americas. I have thrown that. That's a lot of fun. Very different from this. It's kind of similar style. By the way, that was one of Hagerstown's throwers who just went. I believe that was Connor Jessup. Very solid throw for him, too. That about 25, 30 meters. So Hagerstown's getting some good points here. But after Daniel Warner's monster 2 throws, I think everybody gets 3 throws. I'm not sure for certain. I can actually check because we got somebody down there who I can check. Give me 1 sec. Hey, Rochelle, how many throws do they get? Okay. So they get 3 or 4. 3 or 4.
On the javelin sheet, how many throws? How many attempts do they get? Yeah. Yeah. It's on the. You have the.
There's Jalen Etheridge. Not bad.
Don't you have women's jazz?
We're going to cut away really quick, folks, because we're about to see the opening jump for men's pole vault. It's going to be Brando Campos. 3?
It's 3, and then if they make the finals, they get 3 more.
Oh. So we'll just cut in real quick because Brando Campos is about to go for the first men's pole vault event. See what he can do. Brando, of course, played for the men's JV basketball team alongside Chase Price, who's also working for track today. Meanwhile, in the javelin throw, it looks like CCBC Essex's chucker just went. Solid chuck for him. Isaac Benavides just threw for Montgomery and got a nice one. Not bad. Still waiting to see Brando Campos go for his first pole vault. And remember, folks, we've got long jump and hammer throw coming up next for the field events before the first race of the day, the 10K races. We'll bring you all the action. Oh, baby! One of Hagerstown's throwers just threw a 35-meter. That's a good one. Hagerstown's getting some good points here. You get 3 throws, and if you make the finals, you get 3 more. We know Daniel Warner is probably locked in. As here we go. First one for Brando Campos is up. Nice clearance. Brando Campos kicks off men's pole vault as Amir Moa just went in javelin for the Dragons and got a solid one there. It's about 30, 32, 31 meters, I'd say. And we got confirmation, 41.24 for Daniel Warner on that last throw. Wow, indeed. Cut back real quick here as Rain Ogans is about to go for men's pole vault. Here is Ogans, who is does not get up and over. That'll cost Howard a little bit. That's okay though. It's a long meet. It's a long meet. Back to the javelin toss as another one of Montgomery's throwers is about to go. Up he goes. Not bad. Not bad at all. That's about 35, 36 meters. Chase Price just went for the pole vault, and he clears it. No sign of the Pot State vaulters. I think they're out there. Here's another Hagerstown throw. It's up, and it's going to land tail first, and the judge is calling it off. Carroll's thrower's up next. Not bad. That one skipped a little bit. That wasn't bad at all. Who's up next for javelin throw? One of Montgomery's chuckers. Montgomery is another school that could be a dark horse for the region. Here we go. Not bad. That one is about 22, 23 meters. These are all just estimates, by the way, folks. I'm trying my best here. Howard is still active over at the pole vault. We'll cut back to that in a second because Daniel Warner's about to go again for the Dragons. Can he add another one to what's already been a very impressive day? And he's got most of the team over there watching him. Here comes Daniel Warner. Buckle up. Oh, yeah, baby. 41, 42 meters. Daniel Warner, we'll see you in the finals. How impressive is this from the Dragons? Great showing here in the javelin throw, and it's commendable. You got to give credit to Mike Petro, who you see there with the measuring tape. Mike Petro took over as head coach, as assistant coach, focusing on throws for this season, and wow, has he done a great job so far. And getting this Dragons team set up for this. We're going to cut away real quick so we can go check out the shot put. Not shot put, excuse me. So we can go check out the pole vault. That's a good throw, meanwhile, from Hagerstown, getting them some points. That was the best throw yet from Hagerstown. My apologies, folks. Didn't mean to cut away from that. trying to cover two events at once. Looks like Howard's the only ones participating in the men's pole vault at the moment. We'll cut back to this and see what else the Dragons can do as Jalen Etheridge is about to go up for Howard. And a reminder after this, folks, we've got long jump and hammer throw coming up next, and then the 10K races. The women's 10K should be a breeze for Hagerstown. They've got just one entrant, but the men's 10K is going to have a pretty stacked lineup as long as everybody who was on the lineup sheet shows up. Last year, because of the bad weather, there were a couple of no-shows, and some of the races that could have been pretty exciting ended up being, well, they were still exciting, but they weren't as exciting as they could have been, if you catch my drift. Jalen Etheridge for Howard will be up next for the javelin throw. He's up. Not bad at all. Cut back real quick. As you see, here's Rain. Oh, Brando Campos clearing it for the pole vault. Nice job. Folks, I'm going to step away real quick to go use the little announcer's room, but we'll keep bringing you all the action here. The opening hour of the men's track and field championship for Region 20. We've got pole vault and we have got javelin. Howard taking the early lead in the points. I'll be right back, folks. My man Elijah's going to be on the camera for you guys so you don't miss a thing. Welcome back, everybody. As men's javelin throws on break, so we're cutting in live to women's to the men's to the pole vault. It's actually women's pole vault now, as Haley Younger is up. Oh, just clipped it a bit, but kept it alive. And based on the reaction, I think she got big points there for her team. Again, these events that only have one athlete participating, they may seem trivial to you. You might think, oh, it's one event. It's an easy win. You still get those points, and those points are what's going to help your team out. Carroll is one of those Region 20 schools that has a lot of entrants. They could be dark horse contenders alongside Montgomery. And again, I don't say this. I'm not trying to talk down our opponents. It's that Hagerstown and Howard have been the two best track programs for the last couple of years in Region 20. They were the two who went toe to toe last year and just beat each other up, with Hagerstown getting the win by I think just 5 points. So for the men, not the men, sorry. So for these smaller schools like Montgomery and for these programs like Montgomery and Carroll, they really are looking to get a good chance. They are looking for a chance to get as many points as possible, and they could have a chance here. We're still watching the pole vault here as they set it up higher now for the men's pole vaults. Originally, it was
Should be checked in.
it just looks like we've got
First goal, long jump.
long jump gearing up to start up soon, so that we'll get ready for that. So the big star of the show in the men's javelin throw is Daniel Warner, who hit a 37.98 on his first throw, a 41.24 on his second, and a 42.88 on his third. And they're preparing the track now as they get set for the races, which should be coming up soon. We're keeping our camera tuned on the pole vault as the men's pole vault next round is getting set to go, as is the men's javelin throw. That was a big shadow that went overhead. There was a plane flying overhead, it looks like. Jav's getting set. Let me step away real quick, folks. Be right back. They're on a break for the finals.
Okay.
Yeah. How long?
So what I was gonna say is when javelin's finished, let's move the bird dog over to pole vault, and then I'll move the secondary camera to long jump.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to get behind the pit there.
Perfect. Yeah, they're about to start the finals here. They've got the women's one coming up next. Yeah, we'll move the bird dog to the races once they start.
Yeah, but the races aren't starting for hours.
Oh, yeah.
We're not worried about that. I'm just trying to get.
Yeah, I know. Oh, here we go. Round two, men's javelin throw getting set. Here's the first throw from Montgomery. And these are the championship rounds. There's your first throw for Montgomery. So 3 rounds here. Daniel Warner's trying to secure gold for the Dragons. That would be huge if he's able to do that. Once again, this is the big man on the mic, Isaac Donsky. I'm up here. Joining me in the booth for commentary is Elijah Mosby, right?
Yes.
Yes. I got mic tuned. My mic settings are tuned up a bit so you can catch both of us. Trying to get multiple people commentating because this is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And it's a long day. So, a long day of just speaking to myself is probably going to drive me a little insane, but that's how it works.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
So how's this event looking compared to last year's event, Isaac?
I don't think the Dragons actually did the javelin throw last year. I think they focused on the shot put and the hammer throw. And that was, hold on. Here's Jalen Etheridge from Howard putting one up. Not bad. But it is looking good. Daniel Warner's 3 massive throws in the first round have given us a lot of points, so I feel like we could be we could be sitting pretty on a big points lead right out of the gate. And from the looks of it, we're doing pretty good over in javelin. Not javelin. Yes, we're looking pretty good in pole vault as well. We did get first call for long jump, so we'll bring you long jump and hammer throw up next. And it looks like it's going to be the men's long jump that will kick things off. Next thrower up is going to be Carol's thrower, Degeen Cross. We don't have live results just yet. They'll come in a bit. Here's Cross. That was a perfect throw. Lands about 22 meters. As next up is going to be Amir Moad for the Dragons. I think Daniel Warner's going to go last since he was the best in that first round. I'll say this much, Elijah. Picture perfect weather. You could not ask for better weather.
Beautiful.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's so nice compared to how it was last year with this event, which was just rain and sleet and a little bit of snow too. It was it was rough. It was bad. Here's Amir Moad for the Dragons. And he's got a good one going there. That's nice. That's about 35 meters. Some warm-ups getting started with the long jump as pole vault is wrapping up. I believe the Dragons might secure gold in the pole vault too because, well, now I say that, I do see Potomac State's jumpers, so Potomac State's vaulters, so they still might have a chance. Hagerstown is up next for the javelin throw. Hagerstown's got 3 throwers in this: Nick Columber, Sandor Emerson, and Connor Jessup.
Okay, jaw down, please. Yeah, Holly put it in her bag. All right, thank you.
Here's Columber.
High throw.
Whoa!
Very high throw.
That was a good one, though. That's some good points for Hagerstown. Hagerstown, again, it's going to be the HCC versus HCC show today with Hagerstown and Howard. They're the 2 favorites to win it all, but I wouldn't count out any of the other schools to pull a surprise here. Montgomery's got a lot of athletes this year compared to last year, and Carroll hasn't done too bad themselves. They've already secured gold in women's in the women's pole vault, so they're already collecting points. Connor Jessup up next for Hagerstown. Jessup chucks one up. Not bad at all. Clears about 30 meters. Oh, but they call it, the far side judge called it off. I think it hit tail first. Here's Daniel Warner. Dominated the first round, getting set for the second round, trying to secure gold for the Dragons in the javelin throw. Here's Warner. Oh, baby! That's got to be 43 meters.
Yeah.
Warner just crushes it. Like I said in the first round, that might be just enough. Cutting back real quick over here so we can watch a quick run here as last... camera screw up there, but that was Haley Younger wrapping up the women's pole vault and most likely securing her gold medal. She's going to get it regardless, but as we cut back to javelin,
I don't think it works that way. What am I supposed to do for the other 250 meters?
That's one of Montgomery's throwers is up next.
Oh, okay. I don't think I turned the legs up. Sure. It worked. It hurt. That first time I ran at 60, I was like, no, crazy. It's crazy. Why don't we do this? Like, but now it's good. It'll get better.
Looks like they called that one off as well.
They did.
I opted not to bring my camera today. I was like, I can't. I mean, oh, nice.
Sorry, I had to. I just realized that Chief Keep song is not censored. I was like, oh, that's my fault. I was like, wait a minute. They're all supposed to be clean. What the hell? All right, just had a humorous moment here, folks. Just realized that the track day playlist that we have going, one of the songs that is playing is not the clean version, as there's the throw from the game cross of Carroll. Not bad. I don't know how an uncensored version snuck through, because we usually set them all to clean just because it is a college event. That's my fault, folks. I put the playlist on, didn't realize that one wasn't clean, so that's bizarre, though. They usually all are. Well, anyway, we're on to the second round of throws for the championships. Dagim Cross just went. If anybody can get it past 40 yards, they'll have a chance to beat Daniel Warner, and you will see him again in some of the races later today. I hope. Here's Amir Moad. Might be the best challenger here. Not bad of a throw. Got about 30 meters for Moad. Final call for long jump. They'll go get that one set up. As nice throw from Hagerstown.
Shaking a little bit, but one helps.
And the wind's picking up a little bit here, so that definitely is going to have some effect on some of our throwers. Once we finish up here with the javelin throws, folks, we'll break for lunch. We'll keep the cameras going, but we'll put them over on the far side so you can watch. Long jump, and the final rounds of pole vault. There's another chuck from Hagerstown. I think they're going to call that off again. These judges are a little stingy. They're not letting anything get away if it goes down tail first. They're keeping it. They are making it very clear. You better land it just where you want. Here's Daniel Warner going. Oh! Can't believe I'm saying this. I'm a little disappointed by that one. Didn't clear 40. Got close, though. Ah, well, you know what? He's basically already clinched gold at this point, so he's just gonna. I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh. And as you can see here, folks, we've got the live mobile camera. That was Phil DeRosier. As we're moving it over here, pole vault is as Chase Price just got a huge vault. Sorry if we missed that. They're moving our camera over so we can get the long jump going. We'll move our camera over to pole vault once javelin throw wraps up. The women's javelin throw should be starting in just a little bit. CCBC Essex and Montgomery are participating in that event. Here's another throw from Montgomery. They're going to call it off, tail first. I keep feeling like the wind is taking the javelins and just kind of causing them to slip down a little bit. Somebody's playing the Doobie Brothers over there. That is awesome. Here's Jalen Etheridge for Howard. Trying to keep the points flowing for the Dragons here in the opening hours of this meet. Oh, that might land tail first. Oh, are they going to count it? No.
Yeah, the wind's really showing itself now.
Wind is definitely picking up here, and it is starting to play havoc with our javelin throwers as they go through the final set of throws for the championship. But still a good showing for Jalen Etheridge. Got some good points for the Dragons. Same with Amir Moad. Daniel Warner does have one more throw to go. If he can get one more good throw, we should be set. We got a Carroll thrower up first. That's Dagim Cross from Carroll. For the men's long jump, by the way, folks, 16 jumpers, as here's Dagim Cross for what should be his final throw. Ooh, that's a good one. And it's clean. And Dagim Cross picks a perfect time to pick up his best throw of the afternoon. Get some valuable points for Carroll. Here are your entrants for the men's long jump. 16 total jumpers. Up first will be Nicholas Brockdorf from Carroll. Second, Jaden Brooks from Catonsville, though I don't know if the Cardinals are here today. They might only be showing up a little bit. Brymere Brown from Camden County will go third. Then Brando Campos from the Dragons, but he's got to wrap up pole vault first. Nasir Cheatham from Potomac State will go fifth. Sixth will be Chance DeRosier for Howard. Seventh, Angel Garnett Willis from Camden County. Eighth will be Caleb Long from Hagerstown. Ninth, Gabriel Mao from Montgomery. As here's Amir Moad's final throw. Not bad at all. Takes an extra bounce there. 10th will be Amari Parker from Hagerstown. 11th, Ralph Pettian from Hagerstown. 12th will be Chase Price from Howard. 13th, Isaiah Sprinkle from Carroll. 14th, Keith Towns from Camden County. 15th, Kendall Weidman from Montgomery. And 16th will be Carter Wright from Carroll. And some of these participants have been participating in our opening two events, so you will get to see them a second time. But those are your participants for the men's long jump, which is coming up next once we wrap up over here. As it looks like we've got just two Hagerstown throwers and then Daniel Warner to go, and we'll be all wrapped up. Let's quickly check in and see what's going on over at long jump as... Whoa! Sorry about that, folks. I just missed that. I switched at the worst possible time. Hagerstown just got their best throw of the day so far. That's got to be 38 meters. That is a huge one for Hagerstown. That should secure them second in the team's portion.
You have the feed, second camera.
And there you see, folks, they are warming up for the long jump. So we're busy here, folks. We're bouncing around a lot. Once this wraps up, we're going to move the camera over to pick up the last minutes of the pole vault, and then we'll move our camera back over here for the women's javelin throw, and we'll try to provide you updates from hammer throw, which is taking part on the lower fields. I don't know if we're going to be able to get you the best footage of that, but we'll keep you updated. All right. Hagerstown throw. And the wind caught that one. Okay, Daniel Warner, one last throw, going to try and secure gold for the Dragons in the opening event. Let's see if Warner can add to an already impressive day and secure this gold for the Dragons. Once he goes, we're going to step away quick so we can grab lunch, and we'll be right back. Here's Warner. A little short of 40 meters, but that won't matter. Daniel Warner is going to secure gold for the Dragons in the men's javelin throw. Well done.
Great display today.
He did. A phenomenal display from him.
And the rest of the Dragons, truthfully.
Yeah, so far, Howard looks like that. Howard scoring a ton of points so far through the first two events. Really doing a good job here. Of course, big shout out to Carol. They got gold in the women's. Excuse me, I'm getting tongue tied. The women's event, the women's pole vault. I think we're all wrapped up here for javelins, although the women's javelin should be coming up in just a bit. We'll see if they're going to take another, if there's going to be any more throws. There is one more, it looks like, I think for Carol, I want to say. Or are they wrapping it up? They are wrapping it up. All right, we're going to move the camera off, and we're going to move the camera over to... Actually, we're going to keep the camera right here, because pole vault just wrapped up, it looks like. We're going to keep the camera here for women's javelin throw, which is about to start. In the meantime, we're going to break for lunch. We'll keep the camera going there, and we'll also keep the camera on for the long jump, which is coming up next. So you'll switch between those two, folks. Hope you're enjoying this so far, folks. We'll be right back after a short break.
We'll be here soon. Yep. Oh, when are they going up on it?
Women's javelin. Please check in. Women's javelin. Please check in. Field is open. This is second call for women's javelin.
I gotta run up to the fitness center for you. So you don't need it. Like you need it. I know you need it now, but like you're not competing anymore, right? Yeah, that's later though. I'm saying it's not right now. You want to take this? You want to take the ibuprofen right now, or wait a little bit? I'm gonna go get it right now. If I have to. I'm gonna go get it right now. I'm gonna go get it right now. All right.
It was in the cross set.
Welcome back, everybody. Live here at HCC for the Region 20 Championships. A lot going on indeed. We've got long jump underway with a stacked field. We have got women's javelin throw underway as Essex and Montgomery duking it out there. And last but not least, we've got the men's 10K coming up. Let me see the timing. All right, here is who is on deck for the men's 10K, our first race of the event. It is a stacked field of 9 runners. In the first lane from Hagerstown Community College, Will Campbell. In lane 2 from Hagerstown Community College, Jacob Davidson. In lane 3 from Hagerstown Community College, Jonathan Fox. In lane 4 from Carroll Community College, Salvatore Lavelle. In lane 5 from WVU Potomac State College, Dylan Poston. In lane 6 from WVU Potomac State College, L.J. Seeley. In lane 7 from Carroll Community College, Maddox Schumann. In lane 8 from CCBC Catonsville, Elijah Walker. And in lane 9 from Howard Community College, Jason Winter. And we're looking forward to this one, folks. This should be a fun race. The Hagerstown runners are taking their positions. We're going to zoom out our camera footage here. And we're going to bring it down to the starting lineup. We're actually going to show you our runners. One runner appears to not be here at the moment. That would be Catonsville's runner, Elijah Walker. Truth be told, we haven't seen Catonsville here at all today, so hopefully they do show up. They were no-shows last year for the Region 20 Championships, but they do have a lot of entries, so hopefully they do show up. But we are going to have at least 8 of our 9 runners out there to start. No, they're going. Big shout out to Jersey Mike Subs for being our lunch caterers. Thank you, Jersey Mikes. Up here in the booth with me is our usual game day crew. We got Joey, Elijah, and Makai, so if you hear them in the background, that's why. And we're looking forward to this one. A stacked lineup. As you see them crossing your screen, getting ready to go. In the white with black shorts are going to be your Hagerstown runners of Campbell, Davidson, and Fox. In yellow with navy shorts are your Pot State runners of Poston and Seeley. Oh, sorry, Joey, I didn't mean to get that into your face. In the blue with gradient yellow and navy shorts are your 2 Carroll runners of Lavelle and Schumann. And in all black, it's going to be Jason Winter for Howard. Women's 10K coming up after this. There's just 1 runner for them from Hagerstown. They're going to try and get as many points as possible for that. And there's Catonsville's runner. Elijah Walker in the black with red highlights is here. So, good to see. We will have a full field for the men's 10K. Let's go. Looking forward to that.
I would have ran like third. I would have ran till I came.
I hope you folks love a good race. I should probably warn you folks at home, I'm a big motorsports guy. This is the closest we will get to it this is the closest we will get to motorsports with the human body. So I will be flexing my muscle a little bit here. The lone participant for the women's 10K will be Shay Melton, who is out there on the track with them at the moment. We're looking forward to this. This is going to be fun. There's nothing quite like the first race of a track meet, and it's going to be a 10K, an endurance race. How about that? We're going to start things off with an old classic. Who can last the longest? Who can get the most points? Hagerstown are the favorites here. Campbell and Fox were part of that 1-2-3 finish for Hagerstown last year with Michael Schumacher. No, not the 7-time Formula One World Drivers Champion. His name was he was named after him, though. So it's Hagerstown, Carroll, Pot State, Catonsville, and Howard. Once again, in the 1 hole, Will Campbell. In the 2, Jacob Davidson. In the 3, Elijah Walker. The 4, Salvatore Lavelle. The 5, Dylan Poston. The 6, LJ Seeley. The 7, Maddox Schumann. The 8, Jonathan Fox. And the 9, Jason Winter. Judge is coming up. Here we go. They're bunching up at the front, and it does look like Shea Melton will be running with them. So the men's and women's 10K are going to go on at the same time, it looks like. That's good. That's going to save us some time, actually. So it's kind of going to be like if you're a motorsports fan, it's kind of going to be like a 24-hour endurance race with different classes, kind of, almost. You know? This should be fun. I'm excited to see. It'll be fun to see if Shea Melton for Hagerstown can beat any of the guys out there, too. This is going to be really cool. All right, here we go. 10K race about to get underway. Hagerstown with 4 runners, Pot State and Carroll with 2 each, Catonsville and Howard with 1. Starter in position with his pistol. You see the women's javelin throw going on behind him.
On the hip.
25 laps. Who's going to win the first race of this meet? Here we go. On their marks. And they're off. And it's going to be Pot State taking an early lead here. They'll stay together in the peloton early on before splitting up as they slowly start.
10K is underway. Clear the track.
As they slowly start. Sorry, I got discombobulated by the smoke from the starter's pistol. As early on, it looks like it's a Hagerstown. It's a Hagerstown and Carroll pack up front, but Jason Winter is staying in there nicely, and Shea Melton backing off. She's going to run her own race at her own pace to get those good points for Hagerstown. As the Hagerstown runners, you could tell them by their white caps, are starting to break away just a bit. The 2 Carroll runners are lining back a bit. That is Lavelle and Schumann, Maddox Schumann and Salvatore Lavelle. They're lagging back just a bit, and it looks like Schumann is starting to lose the main pack just a bit. They pass by the pole vaults where you see Pot State wrapping up their victory, and they're going to pass by the long jump, which is going on. As you see, the lead pack is still a good mix of runners. The only trailer from the lead pack outside of Shea Melton, who's running her own race at this point, is going to be Maddox Schumann. As here they come around to complete the first lap, and 3 wide for the lead are the 3 Hagerstown runners. They're going to set the pace here. They're going to keep everybody on top. They're actually having conversations with each other right now as they come across for the first lap. Who will lead it? It's going to be Will Campbell by just a bit who leads the first lap. Pot State sandwiched into second place. The 2 Pot State runners sandwiched around Jason Winter for Howard, who's keeping pace. As you see Shea Melton coming across the line now. She is going to get those points. She's going to get those points for Hagerstown and get that win for them. That's going to be big for them. Meanwhile, back up at the front, the 3 Hagerstown runners starting to separate themselves by just a little bit. They're going to run slowly at first. They're just jogging out there at first because they're going to conserve their energy until they get to the closing laps, and then they'll really push it. For the rest of the guys in that peloton, you want to stay as close as you can and match your pace with the lead runners until the last minute. Last year, we saw what happens if you go all out early. Howard's Ryan Thibodeau jumped out to a nearly 20-second lead in the opening laps, but the Hagerstown runners reeled him in as he started to lose his pace. Granted, the weather that day was much, much different. And they're circling through turns 3 and 4.
30 minutes before the race, and get your fill.
And it's still the 3 Hagerstown runners up front running 1, 2, 3. You see them in the pack, and again, that's Maddox Schumann, who has lost the lead pack from Carroll. He's going to have to work extra hard to catch back up with them, or at least keep on the same straightaway. Shea Melton, meanwhile, coming into turn 3 now. She's going to just keep working her own pace, get those points for Hagerstown. Just because she's the only person entered in the women's 10K doesn't mean she's guaranteed to get the gold. You have to finish the race. So she's going to take it at her own pace. Here they come across the line to complete lap 2, and it's still Will Campbell up front for Hagerstown as they run 3 abreast. And we're starting to see Salvatore Lavelle for Carroll start to pressure a bit as he is running at the back of that lead pack. You've got a collection of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 runners The 9th place runner, Maddox Schumann, running by himself away from the pack. He is just clearing turns 2. And then you've got Shea Melton, who is on the front stretch now, coming to complete her 2nd lap. This is probably the most arduous race of the artist and difficult race of the entire event. You are going to essentially be running non-stop. For 25 laps, and they're coming to and they'll be coming to 22 laps to go. Up front, the 2 Hagerstown runners starting to separate themselves. Keep your eyes peeled on Jason Winter, though. He is in a battle for 4th place currently with Dylan Poston of Pot State. And Poston's going to clear him. And here comes LJ Seeley, who's also trying to get around Winter. Little separation creeping in between the pack. And Maddox Schumann is closing up just a bit. Meanwhile, Elijah Walker is starting to fall off the pack a bit. He's side by side here with Salvatore Lavelle as they battle it out for 8th place. Lead pack coming up front, and we're going to have a lead change at the line. Jonathan Fox takes the lead for Hagerstown, pulling ahead of Will Campbell. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Hagerstown guys continue to trade the lead back and forth here as they just work hard to keep the pace between them. But it's Jonathan Fox now leading Will Campbell and Jacob Davidson for Hagerstown. Then it is Dylan Poston in 4th place for Pot State. Jason Winters in 5th for Howard, but not for much longer because LJ Seeley is starting to pass him. And then it's a side-by-side battle for 8th place between Elijah Walker and Salvatore Lavelle. Maddox Schumann, just exiting turn 2 now, has lost the main pack, as now we're seeing some noticeable separation up at the front. The 2 lead Hagerstown runners are starting to break away just a bit from the lead pack, and they're starting to leg it out a bit as their pace is starting to pick it up. They're starting to pick up the pace just a bit as we have completed 4 laps so far. Shea Milton for Hagerstown is coming by, and she might be in a little danger of getting lapped, but that's not going to be a concern to her. She just has to finish this race to get those oh-so-juicy points for Hagerstown to keep them in the hunt with Howard. Howard got big points after winning the javelin throw earlier, so Hagerstown's going to need to get a win here, and they could potentially get 2 victories in 1 race. To rest for a second to rest my voice. And now we're starting to see the lead pack start to break up more. Elijah Walker for Catonsville is losing the lead pack. He's fallen a couple of lengths behind. Up at the front, it is still Jonathan Fox leading, but here comes Will Campbell on the outside trying to challenge him, but Fox will hold the lead as they wrap up another lead, and it's the Hagerstown and Pot State runners who have separated themselves. Jason Winter has fallen back some. He's under pressure from Lavelle, and Walker has caught back up and is going to go 3 wide around the outside to pass both of them and slot himself into 6th place. Good move from Elijah Walker to keep up. You could tell that he wants to stay with that lead pack, as right now it's Pot State and Hagerstown battling it out up at the front. We'll keep filming it for you, folks. I'm going to step away real quick just to rest my voice for a second. You're watching the 10K here on day 1 at the track meet.
At all, bro. Yeah.
Welcome back to the 10K, and Shea Melton is in danger of getting lapped here by her Hagerstown teammates, but there's no worry with that, of course, as they come to complete another lap and come to 20 to go. In the lead is Jonathan Fox for Hagerstown. They will lap Shea Melton here, and Salvatore Lavelle has caught the lead pack. So it is a pack of 6 running up front. Jason Winter and Elijah Walker have dropped off a bit. See if they will go around or they're going to cut in line with Shea Melton here. Maddox Schumann has just crossed over. So 20 laps to go, 5 laps down in the 10K, and already we're seeing the Hagerstown trio continuing to dominate up front. But Pot State quietly is keeping it close. And that is something interesting. I'll keep an eye on that. The Pot State duo is keeping it close, as is Salvatore Lavelle. So just because these Hagerstown guys look so dominant in seeding and were so dominant last year, they're not out of it just yet. But you just wait if they decide to turn up the wick a bit. Jason Winter, meanwhile, and Elijah Walker battling it out back in the pack. A little separation between the two of them.
Yeah, the girl.
They're coming down the main straight here. Jonathan Fox continues to lead this race. Will Campbell's dropped back to third. Jacob Davidson, the freshman of the trio, has slotted into second place as they're running single file up at the front and they complete another lap. And Hagerstown's track coach not pleased with the pace, telling them to pick up the pace a bit. Gotta love Hagerstown. Hagerstown's coach might be one of the most exciting coaches to watch during a meet. His passion for his team is just fantastic. And he wants them to run 86-second laps. Up at the front, Hagerstown trio continues to lead. Dylan Poston is keeping it close, though. He is slowly but surely keeping it close. The women's javelin has just wrapped up, as has the women's javelin has just wrapped up. As we're coming down again, and up front, the lead pack is beginning to splinter just a bit. The Hagerstown runners have picked up the pace, and you could see one of the Pot State runners and Salvatore Lavelle from Carroll are dropping away, but another one of the Pot State guys is keeping up with them. Meanwhile, back in the pack, Jason Winter and Elijah Walker are back and forth battling for that 7th position, or 8th position. Here they come to the line once again. It's Jonathan Fox leading Jacob Davidson, Will Campbell, and it's LJ Seeley who has kept keeping up with them. Keep your eyes on Seeley. Then it's Lavelle in fifth place. In 6th place is Poston. He's coming across the line. In 7th is Elijah Walker. Jason Winter is running in 8th place. Running down in 9th is Maddox Schumann, and in 10th by her lonesome is Shay Melton, who's doing a solid job so far, but is running one lap down. Lead pack continues to splinter here. And I got to say it, folks, LJ Seeley is keeping those Hagerstown guys company. He's staying right there with them. He's not letting them out of his sight. Zoom in on it. Shay Milton will come by to complete another lap. Up at the front, the 3 Hagerstown runners continue to run single file. LJ Seeley keeping pace with them. Jason Winter has fallen off of Elijah Walker, who is pulling ahead as it's getting really splintered up there. And you see Jonathan Fox checking to see where his competition is. And I think he and the other Hagerstown guys are thinking, hey, this Pot State guy is right on our butts. How do we shake him? Fox is going to lead this lap. They come across. Seeley keeping it up. Then it's Lavelle, followed closely behind by Poston. Poston and Lavelle could be a battle as we get to the end of it. You see one of the coaches giving Lavelle some words of encouragement. Coming across the line now is Elijah Walker. Up at the front. Finally starting to see some separation for the 3 Hagerstown runners. And here comes a lead change. Jacob Davidson has said, well, it looked like for a second. Yep, and here comes the lead change. Will Campbell will pass there as Hagerstown's going to have somebody else run up front and set the pace. And they're starting to pull away from LJ Seeley. This could be a 3-way battle between the Hagerstown runners for the outright win here. But at the moment, a podium lockout for Hagerstown would be huge for them in getting some crucial points over Howard.
Yes, it would be very crucial.
Front pack is really splintered up. They're coming up on Shay Melton again to put her another lap down. Jason Winter for Howard is halfway down the backstretch. As you see, the gaps have really separated out. When we get down to the final laps, zoom in as close as you can and follow them. Or keeping it zoomed out a little bit for now, folks, so you could see it all. As here they come across the line. Shay Melton will complete another lap as the 3 Hagerstown runners will come across 1, 2, 3 with Will Campbell in the lead. LJ Seeley has dropped off. Salvatore Lavelle coming up next. Slowly behind him is Poston, as the leaders will put another lap on Shea Melton. Elijah Walker, meanwhile, is really pulling away from Jason Winter in that battle for 8th place. So now we got several different groups out there. We've got the 3 leading trio of Hagerstown running by themselves. Then you've got the Seeley, the one-pot state runner. Got some big separation between him, Lavelle, and Poston, and then it's a big gap back to Elijah Walker and then Jason Winter. Meanwhile, over at the long jump, Chance de Rosier just put up a monster jump on the long jump. We'll cut away real quick just to show you that. He just crushed it. Once this race wraps up, we'll bring you more action from the men's and women's long jump. Back at the front, meanwhile, the 3 Hagerstown runners continue to run 1, 2, 3. They've pretty much held that position all race except for the very start. And they've completed 4 kilometers. Will Campbell leading. Jacob Davidson second, Jonathan Fox third, the 3 of them working together, essentially drafting away from 4th place LJ Seeley. And Seeley is starting to get reeled in just a bit by Salvatore Lavelle. Those would be good points if Lavelle is able to catch Seeley. We're 2 miles into this 10K, or 4K into this 10K race, folks. It's a long one, but we're getting there. So we got 2 battles I'm really watching here. We've got the battle between the 3 Hagerstown runners who are basically kind of doing their own thing out there. And then you've got this interesting midfield battle between the 2 Pot State runners and Carroll's Salvatore Lavelle. Jason Winter has fallen off the pace a bit. Jason Winter might get caught by Maddox Schumann. They're closing in a bit, and Maddox Schumann might get lapped by the Hagerstown runners. Here comes Maddox Schumann to complete another lap. Up at the front, the Hagerstown runners continuing to run well. They pulled up a big gap on 4th place, and Seeley is falling back into the clutches of the others. Here comes Seeley across the line now. And it's 8 seconds between Seeley and Lavelle. So Lavelle is closing in on Seeley for 4th place. That could be big. Up front, the Hagerstown trio continuing to gap the field. And by the looks of it, they're going to lap Maddox Schumann and possibly Jason Winter this lap. At the very least, they'll catch Schumann. This has got to be the toughest part of the 10K. You're about halfway through the 10K. Your arms and legs are probably burning from running. Sweaty. Your heart rate is probably just annihilating yourself. This is where you see a lot of runners fall off a bit, but at the same time, you're seeing some of our guys reach that flow state, and that's what the Hagerstown runners are really finding right now, as they are closing in to put a lap on Maddox Schumann. Still Will Campbell up front. And let me move the camera over here so you can see what I was talking about, folks. LJ Seeley is getting caught. Let's time it. Under 8 seconds. Lavelle is under 8 seconds away from Seeley. So Salvatore Lavelle is catching LJ Seeley as the Hagerstown trio is about to put a lap on Jason Winter. And up at the front, change for the lead. Jonathan Fox has retaken the lead for Hagerstown, using lapped traffic to his advantage.
That's what I would have needed.
Joey, can you take over? It's starting to get interesting. Actually, yeah, sir, just take. Just zoom in a bit. Folks, this battle for fourth place is turning into the most interesting battle of the race outside of the lead, because right now we know one of the three Hagerstown guys is probably going to win this, and they're running 1, 2, 3. They're pulling away. They've lapped 3 of the 10 runners so far. Jason Winter, but we have two other interesting battles. The battle for fourth place is really heating up because all three are starting to close in, and Maddox Schumann is catching Jason Winter. Jason Winter is struggling, and Maddox Schumann is reeling him in. He is right on him as they come across the line. That's the battle for ninth place.
Men's and women's 100-meter lead.
And here's the battle for fourth, and look at this. Salvatore Lavelle has made up 8 seconds and has caught LJ Seeley for fourth place. This battle is going to be really interesting. Lavelle has caught him. Now can he get around him? Maddox Schumann has caught Jason Winter. The only guy who's not really in a battle at the moment is Elijah Walker, who's running all by himself, and then Shea Melton, who's 3 laps down. But she's running her own race. She doesn't care about it. Here comes Lavelle. Salvatore Lavelle has made up the distance, and he passes LJ Seeley into fourth place. And at the same time, Maddox Schumann passes Jason Winter, but Winter's going to pass him back. The 3 Hagerstown runners continuing to gap the field. They've got an entire set of turns over fourth place Lavelle. And they're starting to close in on lapping Elijah Walker. "12 laps to go in the 10K. It's Jonathan Fox, Jacob Davidson, and Will Campbell running 1, 2, 3. They've got a straightaway lead over fourth place, Salvatore Lavelle. And look at this gaggle of runners coming up here. Look at this gaggle of runners up here. You've got the lapped down runners of, you see, Salvatore Lavelle is using those lapped down runners of Schumann and Winter as a buffer against the 2 Pot State runners, and Winter gets back past Schumann. There we go, Jason. Lavelle has got to make up about 20 seconds on the Hagerstown runners. Can he do it? He was able to make up an 8-second deficit. Shea Melton completes another lap. Elijah Walker, again, is the only guy not really running in a gaggle right now, as this is fun. This is when a 10K gets fun, when there's mixed traffic out there, so you kind of have to remember who's where. The Hagerstown runners have separated themselves by a while. We'll time them when they come past. Quick jump over here. Long jump is in its final round. Trying to catch some of the action here. Hagerstown runners are starting to pick up the pace again as they try to put a lap on Elijah Walker. All right, let's time it and see how much time does Lavelle need to make up. As the Hagerstown runners go past, Catonsville coach Mark Pryor was offering his runner some water as he's about to go a lap down. You're watching the long jump finals at the moment. I think they just wrapped up. We're coming to the line, going to get the timing on that real quick. As here comes Lavelle. It is 25 seconds. Salvatore Lavelle has got to make up 25 seconds and 11 laps to catch the Hagerstown trio. We'll be right back to you are watching the 10K here at the 2026 NJCAA Regionals. I appreciate it. I don't know if anyone's going to shatter one here, but well. Yeah.
I think we're gonna have 100. We're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Thank you. Just said, yeah. Did long jump wrap up?
I'll send it to your number.
What?
I'll send
your number. Is that okay?
Yeah. Did long jump wrap up already?
Not yet.
Okay. Back to it. Welcome back, folks. Man, we are this 10K is getting interesting. We got an interesting. We're following an interesting 10K. The three Hagerstown runners are at the moment up front. We're going to time them again as they come by. It's Jonathan Fox in the lead. We're going to see how much ground Salvatore Lavelle has to make up. Last time around, it was 25 seconds. Lavelle is a straightaway behind them. They have lapped the three Hagerstown runners have lapped everybody except for runners 4 through 6, who are all running pretty separated from each other. Jason Winter has fallen back behind Maddox Schumann in that battle. Lavelle is still 25 seconds behind, but he shaved off a tenth of a second. Yeah, that's me. So Lavelle is still 25 seconds behind. He shaved off a tenth of a second. I don't think he's going to have enough time to catch them. So this could be a three-way fight for the lead between the Hagerstown guys for the outright win. But for what it's worth, Salvatore Lavelle is giving Carroll some crucial points by getting up into 4th place. Maddox Schumann is also trying to keep some points for Carroll by staying ahead of Jason Winter as they go past. Winter trying to keep up as well. Winter was able to get around Schumann when they ran into some lapped traffic, and they might have a chance to do that. Shea Melton, meanwhile, continuing to hold on to the lead of to hold her position in the women's race, as here come the Hagerstown runners to lap their teammate. That'll put her 5 laps down, but that, again, doesn't matter for her. Halfway, 5 miles to go. Jonathan Fox leading for Hagerstown. Jacob Davidson has held firm in 2nd place for much of this race. Will Campbell has made some moves for the lead, but Fox so far has been the dominant runner. But again, it doesn't really matter to the Hagerstown runners that much. They're just trying to get a win here. Lavelle comes by and might be some trouble for Hagerstown. Jacob Davidson has lost 2nd place to Will Campbell. You hear their coach calling for them to switch up, as there's also been a change of position for 5th place. LJ Seeley has fallen behind Dylan Poston. Dylan Poston has moved up. Into 5th place. Wonder if Poston has enough in the tank left to hunt down Lavelle. We'll find out. Here comes Maddox Schumann to complete a lap. The Hagerstown runners are closing in. Will Campbell. Looks like Will Campbell has pushed up to the lead. There was a little breakage there between the Hagerstown runners, but they have closed it up once again as they continue to run essentially by themselves. Seven laps to go. Will Campbell has pulled back into the lead. And Salvatore Lavelle will come across now, see how close he is. Lavelle is gaining just a bit. He's gained a second, but also Dylan Poston is starting to catch Salvatore Lavelle for 4th place. So Lavelle has gained a second on the Hagerstown runners, but he's also losing some time to Poston at the same time. Seeley has fallen off. He's just coming across now. Seeley has fallen off. Jason Winter and Maddox Schumann are pretty much set in their positions unless Winter gets a puff of steam. It really is, at the moment, a battle to see if Poston can catch Lavelle for 4th place. And if anybody has anything for the Hagerstown runners, I think at this point it's just a question of which one of them is going to come out on top. Is it going to be Campbell? Is it going to be Fox? Or is Davidson going to sneak both of them? Watch, with about a lap to go, they'll start putting gaps on each other to try and get the outright win. They've already secured, I think, a podium lockout, unless one of them has a problem. Just for, and yes, Poston is catching Lavelle. Poston is about 2 seconds behind Lavelle. Here they come across the line for 6 laps to go. 6 laps to go in the 10K. Will Campbell leads. They're coming out to put another lap on Jason Winter. And here comes a bit of a challenge for the lead from Davidson. Jacob Davidson. Jacob Davidson looking to the inside.
It depends on the cross.
Jacob Davidson looks to the inside but backs off just a bit. Look at this battle here for 4th place. Look at this battle for 4th. Dylan Poston has caught Salvatore Lavelle. We're going to have a battle for 4th in the final laps here. That's the crazy thing about these 10Ks, about these races. Anything can happen. There's been a lot of movement back here. Here comes Poston on the inside. Out of turn 2. Poston will take the lead. Poston will take the lead over Lavelle in the battle for 4th place. So Dylan Poston, has he conserved enough energy and enough stamina to try and hunt down the Hagerstown guys? We're coming up on 5 laps to go. I don't know, but he's already gapping Lavelle by quite a bit. Maddox Schumann, running his own pace, will come across the line now to complete his next lap. As here come the Hagerstown runners, and Will Campbell is still holding the lead right now. Davidson sits 2nd, Fox sits 3rd. 5 laps to go for one of these Hagerstown runners to take home the triumph. It was Schumacher last year who won it for Hagerstown. Who's going to get it done this year for the Hawks? Jason Winter comes across the line now for Howard. Quick shot there as you see Chance DeRosier got a huge jump on the long jump. That might be enough for him to secure the gold in the long jump for Howard. Sorry we haven't been bringing you the best coverage of that, folks. We'll keep it focused here on the long jump for a bit.
Final call, 100 meters.
Let's cut back to the action here. We got final call for the 100 meters. That's coming up next, the 100-meter preliminaries. Oh, yeah, that's going to be fun. That is going to be fun. We have reached arguably the most exciting part of the entire of day one, and that is all of the preliminaries. All right, leaders are lapping. Maddox Schumann coming to 4 laps to go. When will we see the Hagerstown guys break formation and battle for the outright lead? We might have a chance here as Jonathan Fox goes 3 wide around the outside, and he's using the lapped runner of Maddox Schumann as a pick to come across the line for 4 to go. And look at that. Fox is pulling out a lead. Jonathan Fox wants to get this outright win. But it's not enough because just like that, the other two managed to clear Schumann, and they're right back on him. And you see Fox stretching out his arm. Oh, man. Meanwhile, a solid 25 seconds behind is Dylan Poston, who is doing his best to secure 4th place as he comes to 4 laps to go. The other runners coming past. Here's Salvatore Lavelle. Is Lavelle gonna get water? Yes, he will. Joey. All right, start following it closely. Zoom in and start following the lead pack closely. That's gonna be the only battle that matters. They're coming to 3 to go. I want to get the lap 3 good. All right, 3 laps left between these 3 Hagerstown runners. It's Fox in 1st, Davidson in 2nd, Campbell in 3rd. One of these 3 is going to take home victory in the 10K. It's going to be a podium sweep for Hagerstown. Kind of like the old, it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful podium sweep for Hagerstown. But more important, which will give them plenty of points. But they want to try and see what happens here. 3 laps to go. Here we come. Who is going to get the overall victory between these 3 as Jonathan Fox leads?
First call, women's diligent. It is over.
Shea Melton, meanwhile, will keep Shea Melton continuing her run as she crosses the line. Up at the front, less than 2 miles to go. Coach Mark Pryor is having him is cheering on Elijah Walker, trying to keep him going. The current lineup at the moment, it's Fox, Davidson, Campbell, Poston, Lavelle, Seeley, Walker, Winter, Schumann. Sorry, Walker, Schumann, Winter. Here we come. Coming to 2 laps to go. Fox leads. They've broken that formation they were running in. They're now going single file. This is the point where one of them could jump out of line, and we could see the battle to the finish between these 3 runners. Either that or they're just going to hold position. They've got such a huge lead over 4th place. I don't think they got to worry about Poston coming up on them. 2 laps to go. Jonathan Fox leading Davidson and Campbell. One of these 3 is going to win this race. Dylan Poston has pretty much secured 4th place. Doesn't look like there's any other positions that are up for grabs at the moment. Every position is solidified with the exception of the top 3. As here's Campbell looking to the outside now of Davidson. Campbell's going to the outside of Davidson, is going to try and take the lead. Take second, excuse me. Fox trying to hold both of them off. They'll turn up the wick a bit here on this final lap. No threat of lap traffic, I think, although there is a potential chance that Jason Winter could run into Jason Winter on this last lap. They actually could. They also could potentially lap LJ Seeley, who's fallen off the pace a bit. So there is a chance here. Here they come down the stretch, coming to the last lap of this 10K. And these 3 are going to have to contend with lap traffic. Jason Winter is going to be in their way. Not in their way, excuse me. Jason Winter is going to be in their path when they come for the white flag. White flag. No, this isn't. Wrong type of racing. Sorry, folks. Here we go. There's the bell. 1 lap to go. Here comes Davidson to the outside. Davidson takes the lead. Jacob Davidson's been running second all race, and he finally says, it's my turn to lead. But here comes Fox back on the outside as they go side by side, and this is the point we've been waiting for. All 3 runners have said, all right, we have this podium secured. Let's battle it out. Let's see who's going to get the win. Side by side, it's Davidson and Fox. Davidson and Fox running side by side. Is Campbell going to try and go 3 wide and take them? Maybe. He's holding back just a bit. They are going to catch Jason Winter, though. They're going to catch Jason Winter. This is going to be interesting. If they catch Jason Winter at just the right point, they could use him as a pick. Jacob Davidson, the freshman of this trio, leading them. They get around Jason Winter. Lap traffic won't be a problem again. Shea Melton is there too. They're going to pass her. Here they come to the line, out of turns 3 and 4. The rest of the runners will continue their race, but here they come down the main stretch. 3 wide they go, the 3 Hagerstown runners. One of them is going to take the win. It's Davidson leading currently. The freshman leading up front. Here comes Will Campbell. Here comes Jonathan Fox. It's going to be 3 wide at the line. Who's going to get it done? Fox on the outside. Here comes Campbell through the inside. It's going to be Davidson. Jacob Davidson, the freshman, gets it in a 3 wide finish over his teammates and a 1-2-3 finish for Hagerstown. Hagerstown sweeps the 10K podium, and Jacob Davidson gets the outright win, but a 1-2-3 finish for Hagerstown is going to give them a huge chunk of points and potentially give them a lead over Howard early on here. Amazing job by those Hagerstown runners. They gapped the field. Here comes 4th place finisher. Dylan Poston will take home 4th place. A phenomenal job for him. He takes 4th. Here comes 5th place finisher. Salvatore Lavelle is going to take home 5th place for Carroll. Top 5 finish for Carroll. One more lap to go here for Elijah Walker for Catonsville, as Salvatore Lavelle collapses in the grass from exhaustion.
Yo, that coach is fucking crazy.
And across the line in sixth place is going to be LJ Seeley, who wraps up a solid showing for Pot State. What a race that was between the three Hagerstown guys. 3 wide across the finish line. Jacob Davidson just eking out his 2 sophomore teammates to get the outright win. Good race for them. Solid endurance race. They ran well all throughout. They basically they pulled away early, secured the 1-2-3 finish. And I had some interesting mix-ups in the midfield too. You had the Pot State runners battling out with Salvatore Lavelle. Jason Winter still racing out there, so there's still a couple more to go. We'll step away real quick so I can rest my voice, but you guys won't miss a beat as we continue to show you the live footage. As here comes Elijah Walker to secure a 7th place finish.
Yeah.
And Howard's Jason Winter will wrap up our 10K, but there is one more runner out there. As Jason Winter comes across to finish it up. Once again, congratulations to Hagerstown on a 1-2-3 finish, and congratulations to Jacob Davidson for the outright win. You see down there, we got men's and women's hammer throw getting set to go on. down on the field. Down the final stretch, here comes Shea Milton, who is going to get a boatload of points for her team and finish up an excellent run herself. A correction, she's got, I think, three more laps, I believe. 3 laps to go. I was off a bit. Sorry about that. Shea Melton's got 3 laps to go before she wraps up her 10K. just go to the. You go into the yeah.
You alright, Mark? All good here? I'm assuming, I didn't see, I think the Hagerstown guy won it. Really? The chance was right there.
Second.
Yeah, he was right there.
Here comes Shea Milton, who will wrap up her victory in the women's 10K. We have results from earlier in the day. The women's pole vault, no surprise, went to Haley Younger. The men's pole vault, Alec Dietrich took home the gold for Potomac State, ahead of Tanner Dietrich and Chase Price for the Dragons. Shea Milton wrapping it up here. Women's javelin throw, which you caught a little bit of, went to Amani Dennis from Montgomery College. And the men's javelin throw, no surprises, would go to Daniel Warner. Here comes Shea Milton, who will take home gold in the women's 10K, giving Hagerstown a sweep of the 10Ks. And she's being tended to by some of the staff, make sure she's okay as she gets the job done. We'll take a short break and be back for 100 meters preliminaries. As you see, women's long jump going into effect. We also got hammer throw coverage coming up as the coaches are getting set over there. We'll be right back with the 100-meter preliminaries. Actually, we're not going to go anywhere because they're about to start. A lot of participants in the 100-meter prelims. We've got 19 total runners from each team. So we've got plenty coming in here for the yeah, let me see that. For the preliminaries for the 100 meters. From Howard, we've got Caleb Adams, Demetrius Lewis Jr., Amir Moad, who's already shattered the school record and is qualified for nationals so far. From Roxbury Community College, we've got Elijah Ashley and Jamar Goss. From Pot State, Michael Bowman, Anthony Mele, and Trenton Timbrook. From Carroll, Nicholas Brockdorf and Ezekiel Harris. From Essex, Patrick Glasgow Scott and Emmanuel Okokon, Taiwan Samuel and Jeremiah Smith. From Hagerstown, Caleb Long, Owls Odin Desir and Ralph Petian. And then unattached athlete Isaiah Gray. So those are all your participants in the 100 meters as they are getting set to go for their preliminary events. And from the looks of it, we've got Amir Moad in this one for Howard, plus one of Roxbury's runners. That would be, I believe, you can see the number. So we've got a runner from Roxbury. We got a runner from Pot State next to him. We've got a runner from Carroll. We have got Amir Moad from the Dragons. We've got a runner from, I believe that's Essex. No, that's Hagerstown. We've got a Hagerstown runner, and we've got a runner from Essex and a runner from Pot State. So pretty stacked lineup here. Results coming in here slowly. We got the official time for Shea Milton's victory in the women's 10K. It was a 50 minutes, 16.77 seconds. Good for her to get those points for Hagerstown. Of course, the men's 1000K was Jacob Davidson, who took home the overall victory as Hagerstown swept the podium there. And Hagerstown also won the long jump. So the Hawks, after Howard got off to that hot start with Daniel Warner's dominant victory in the men's javelin throw, Hagerstown has really taken the spotlight so far and getting as many points as possible. But don't forget, we have the relays and the main races tomorrow. Plenty of opportunities for the Dragons to make up points, or somebody else potentially to come steal the spotlight. Hagerstown looking to win back-to-back. Looking to win back-to-back Region 20 championships. All right, let's see what Amir Moad can do here in the men's 100-meter preliminaries. Last at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina's Allen Connie Shamrock Invitational, he broke head coach Phil DeRosier's nearly 25-year-old record. So that is something we'll keep an eye out for, as he'll be in this race, facing off against 2 runners from Pot State, 1 runner from Roxbury, 1 runner from Carroll, 1 runner from Hagerstown, and 1 runner from Essex. And I apologize if I don't have their names. This is preliminaries for the 100 meters for the men's. Women's 100-meter preliminaries will be coming up at the same time afterwards. And after that, we'll also have hammer throw coverage. We'll just check real quick. And they're still getting the field ready for the hammer throw. We'll have preliminary for the hurdles as well, and then prelims for the 200 meters. All right, here we go. Let's see if Amir Moad can continue his strong form to start this track season off in this first race of the 100-meter preliminaries. Oh. A little breakage here so we can... We're getting it! You got it. Thanks. Sorry about that, folks. They just needed to cut the music off for a second. Sorry about that. We just got the music. Had to cut off the music for a second there. Here we go. And they're off. Gonna be a close fight at the finish here. Moad pulling away by a long shot. Amir Moad is gonna come across the line by a mile as he takes the prelim. Essex second, Hagerstown third. And it'll be the first prelim will be taken by Amir Moad. Not bad at all. Let's see who we've got in our second preliminary heat for the 100 meters. We have got runners from Essex. I believe that's one of our unattached runners. No, that is another Essex runner. Is that? So we got 2 runners from Essex, 1 from Hagerstown, 2 from Hagerstown. And I believe we have Demetrius Lewis Jr. from Howard also in here.
Should show the sign up in the heat.
I'm not getting it.
First call. Men's and women's 4x8. First call. Men's and women's 4x8.
Joey will be back here in a second to take your place. That's nice. What's up? Oh. All right, here we go for the second heat. It's going to be 3 runners from Essex. I think one of them was wearing a white undershirt. 2 runners from Hagerstown, 1 from Carroll. Our second heat for the men's 100 meters. And they're off. Close fight, but it looks like it's going to be the inside runner from Essex. No, the Hagerstown runner's pushing ahead. This is going to be close. Too close to call between the 2 Hagerstown runners. I can't tell you how close it was. We should have at the very least 2 more heats. Maybe just 1 more. Again, women's 100-meter heats coming up after this, and then it's the 4x8, which should be awesome.
Unless you're over there, whenever the 100 M's are done for the girls, you can cut the music back on.
So for this last heat, we're going to have Demetrius Lewis Jr. for the Dragons. Caleb Adams and Demetrius Lewis Jr. for the Dragons. Potomac State's last runner. Roxbury's second runner. And Joseph Moreno Sola from Montgomery College. Actually, no, we're going to have both Montgomery runners, Joseph Moreno Sola and Arnold O'Bara. So both Montgomery runners, the Roxbury runner, and the remaining 2 Howard runners. Oh, and there's 1 more. And it looks like our unattached runner, who isn't affiliated with any college. Here we go. 2 Dragons in this one. Here they are. Go. Coming fast here. Lewis and Adams pulling away. It's going to be close between the 2 of them. It's going to be Lewis by just a hair. Beats out Adams as Howard sweeps the top 2 in that heat. Good job for the Dragons. That gives Howard victory in 2 of the 3 heats. Very, very nice. All right, time for the women. Here are the women's 100-meter preliminaries. Here is who we have got We've only got 11 runners in the women's 100-meter preliminaries. Our runners from Howard, Simone Haywood and Tania Watson. From Hagerstown, Mariana Kanundawi and Jaden Macher. From Essex, Jabria King and Deborah Oyatunde. From Carroll, Alyssa Ruff. From Montgomery, Shada Shakiran and Hallie Wren. From Pot State, Allison Sheets. And from Roxbury, Tynesha Wheeler. Looks like we've got one Howard runner in today's race. That would be Simone Haywood. And yes, Simone Haywood will be in this heat for the Dragons. Again, coming up after this, the men's 4x8, one of the most exciting races of the entire meet. Last year, that was the race where Brandon McMillan came out of nowhere at the end to snipe the victory away from Hagerstown. And the Dragons could use that because right now they're in a dogfight with Hagerstown, and the Hawks are pulling ahead. They've had a couple big wins in some of the bigger races. So the Dragons trying to close in on them. So here's your first heat. This heat also contains Allison Sheets, the only Pot State runner entered in the 100 meters, and Roxbury's lone runner, Tynesha Wheeler, along with a representative from Carroll, Essex, and Hagerstown. Here we go. They're off. Close at the front. Haywood, it's a three-wide battle. Haywood and the Hagerstown runner pulling ahead. It's going to be close. Here comes Haywood to the line. Oh, I don't know. It was close. I think it was the Hagerstown runner by inches. By inches. And now the next batch of runners have taken their spots.
Let's go, Drags.
Work, Howard, but work.
So in this heat, they've got Tania Watson from the Dragons, plus the other runners for, we've got Montgomery's two runners, the other runner for Hagerstown, and the other runner for Essex. Good representation from the four big schools here for HCC. Not HCC, for Region 20. Coming up in the men's 4x800 meter relay, it'll be Essex, Carroll, Hagerstown, Howard, Montgomery, and Pot State all battling it out. That should be a lot of fun. And we have confirmation. Victory in the men's 100-meter prelims. Amir Moad with a 10:74 takes the men's 100 meters, the only man under 11 seconds. Owls Odin Desir of Hagerstown and Ralph Petty and his teammate will take second and third. The Dragons had 4 of the top 5 in the preliminaries. How about that? We also have confirmation, by the way, folks, confirmation it was Jonathan Fox who took victory in the men's 110K earlier, not Jacob Davidson. Fox, it was closer than I thought. I had called it was Davidson. It was Fox who got to the line first. He got the victory there. As here's the second heat.
Come on, Dad.
Watson pushing ahead, but it's going to be the Essex runner. By a mile, maybe close. No, she's got it. Won. CCBC Essex gets their first big win of the meet as they take their victory in the prelims. That should wrap up the 100-meter prelims, folks. We're going to cut away real quick to hammer throw coverage, and we'll be back with the women's, with the men's 4x800, which should be coming up next. And we have our results for the 100-meter prelims for the women. Deborah Oyatunde of CCBC Essex, who dominated her heat, takes the victory. She'll be the #1 seed. And we have our qualifiers for tomorrow's 100-meter dash for the women's. Participating in tomorrow's 100 meters will be Deborah Oyatunde, Jaden Macher, Simone Haywood, Tania Watson, Jabria King, Hallie Wren, Mariana Kanundawi, and Alyssa Ruff. And on the men's side of things, participating in tomorrow's 100-meter dash for the men, Amir Moad, Owls Odin Desir, Ralph Petian, Demetrius Lewis Jr., Caleb Adams, Ezekiel Harris, Emmanuel Okokon, and Caleb Long. It was a stacked entry list to try and get in there. Down on the field is the hammer throw, the women's hammer throw. It will be Simi Eluru, Kisiana Johnson, and Blessing Owusu, those two from Camden County, Eluru from Howard. The men's hammer throw, it's the Hagerstown trio of Nick Columber, Ciandor Emerson, Connor Jessup, and on the men's side, Hagerstown's trio of Aloka Okafor, Richard Saunders, and Evan Taylor, unattached athlete John Porter Jr., and Montgomery's Isaac Benavides. They're all down there in the hammer throw, which you can see right now. So the men's 4x8's coming up next. Your lineups for that. In lane 1 from CCBC Essex, it's Orsino, Archibald, Panella, and Tematu. In lane 2 for Carroll, Jerusalem, Imbraguglio, Schumann, and Lavelle. In lane 3 from Hagerstown, Jones, Barreto, Lunn, Young, and Milloway. In lane 4 from Howard, Ogans, Fry, Venegas, and Galleon. In lane 5 from Montgomery, Arantas Barocas, Boake, Henry Seeley, and Becca B.A., excuse me. And in lane 6 from Pot State, Bennett, Heatrick, Poston, and Sharp. So we actually have a couple runners who were in the 10K participating. Dylan Poston for Pot State, and from Carroll, Maddox Schumann. Oh, both of their runners, actually, Maddox Schumann and Salvatore Lavelle. By the way, folks, I incorrectly had the names mixed up. It was actually Maddox Schumann who was finished 5th for Carroll in that matchup in the 10K. Salvatore Lavelle was the one who finished down in 7th place. My apologies on getting those names mixed up. Looking forward to see what's going to happen in the men's 4x8. We're taking a short break and be right back. In the meantime, enjoy hammer throw coverage as you see Isaac Benavides from Montgomery up, ready for his throw. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and we are getting set for the men's 4x800 meter relay, one of the most exciting races of the entire tournament. And it's going to be a full house. Representatives from Essex, Pot State, Montgomery, Hagerstown, and Howard are all here for this one. This is going to be awesome. Howard won this race last year. And in a crazy comeback, and they're looking to try and go back-to-back with an all-new lineup. The only returner on the lineup for the Dragons this year was Jaden Gallion.
I don't know if he'll make any of them if he come in part-time.
Fine collection of young men getting ready to pull this one off. Women's long jump is wrapping up. You've been watching hammer throw coverage, as we are all set to go, and runners have taken their places. Hagerstown will be in the white with green.
Missing some keys. If you found
Howard will be in the red and black. Essex will be in the navy with gold. Pot State will be in the gold with navy. Montgomery will be in the gray and purple. Carroll will be in the blue and yellow. Runners are taking their final positions.
It's a spot.
Here we go. 4x800. Here we go. And they're off! The 4x800's underway. Montgomery surges ahead on the outside. Here comes Hagerstown on the inside trying to take it back. Zoom in more for that. And it's Hagerstown leading ahead of Howard, but here comes Rain Ogans for the Dragons right behind him as they get past the first checkpoint, and they're on their way. Each runner will do 2 laps before handing off to his teammate. Oh, it's going to be close, and already Hagerstown pulling out a huge lead. Again, this, unlike other relays, this one is more of an endurance relay. You want to make sure save your fastest runner for last, see if they can make up ground, but you want to keep level. Montgomery's going to surge into second place here. Here comes Pot State coming up the inside. They're going to take over Howard for third place. It's going to be Hagerstown leading down the front stretch as we complete the first lap, the first of 8 laps. And it's Hagerstown leading after lap number 1 by a huge gap. Montgomery trying to chase them down. Here come the Raptors. Montgomery second, Pot State third, Howard fourth, Carroll fifth. Essex has fallen back there in 6th place after the first lap. Hagerstown trying to keep it as far as possible. Battle is close back there. Carroll has gotten past Howard and has moved up into 4th place, and the Carroll runner is closing in on Pot State. Second batch of runners have taken their positions. Hagerstown is cleared up by at least, I want to say, 15, 16 seconds over Montgomery as Carroll has charged up into 3rd place. What?
Landon Milloway is the leadoff leg for Hagerstown.
Thank you, sir.
Come on, Landon!
Landon Miller, here comes the first trade. Here comes the first trade-off. It's going to be Hagerstown is leading it by a mile at least. Carroll's moved up into 3rd place. There's the first transfer, and Hagerstown's got a huge lead, and they are running away with it. Montgomery will come down to the line for the first trade-off. For their first trade-off, they get it done. Then it's Carroll. Then it's Howard, who's made some ground up. Ben Fry's got it for Howard now, and he's going to work. Second leg, Pot State gets their transfer done. And Ben Fry making up ground already for the Dragons as he's gotten past Carroll's runner back into third place. See if the Dragons can get back into this. Essex, meanwhile, just comes across the line to complete their transfer to start lap 3. That's going to be a rough one for Essex.
Relax, Lucas, that's it.
Six. Coming down to finish lap 3. The Hawks up by half a straightaway over Montgomery.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Montgomery holding on to second place. So we start lap number 4. Ben Fry slotted into third place for the Dragons.
Mileage strength. Mileage strength.
Pot State closing in just a bit on Carroll in the battle for fourth place. Hagerstown has opened up a straightaway lead on the competition. The Hawks looking unstoppable at the moment. And Essex might be in danger of getting lapped here because the Hagerstown runner's coming down. Here we go for the second trade-off.
Oh, yeah.
There's the trade-off, and here we go for the third leg. And Hagerstown is crushing it.
Good work, Lucas. That's it, JBL.
Meanwhile, Howard's Ben Fry has moved to second place, but he is still half a straightaway behind and more. He'll hand off to Samuel Venegas for the Dragons. There they go. Montgomery sits in third. Pot State's moved up to fourth ahead of Carroll, who's fallen back. Hagerstown has opened up almost a lap lead. They've lapped Essex, and they are
Tough double tomorrow, remember that. Just listen, we'll tell you somebody's coming.
just dominant display so far from the Hawks. Second lap coming up here for Hagerstown. Don't look now, though, but Samuel Venegas is starting to close in just a tad.
Got the wind at your back on the back.
Venegas trying to make up some ground.
Yeah, that's how. No, he's in second. No, we lacked him.
Oh, in second. Second.
Come on!
It's almost a 30-second lead for Hagerstown at the moment. Venegas is cutting into it just a little bit. Montgomery is still solidly in third. Pot State holding on to fourth place.
Come on!
Hey, let him come to you a little bit. We got working. Come on. It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Here comes Hagerstown's runner out of the final corner for the transfer. Venegas is about halfway down the back stretch. Unless something wild happens, Hagerstown might get this one. Pot State trying to close in on Montgomery for third place. Howard holding strong in second place. Here is the last trade-off, and Hagerstown trying to keep it going. They have a commanding lead. Venegas is just coming out of turn 4 for the Dragons. Jaden Gallion is going to be Howard's only hope to try and catch Hagerstown here because they are just dominating right now.
Sunglasses. Nice job.
Come on, man!
Stay relaxed.
Here's the last trade-off, and here goes Gallion. Now Gallion is going to try and chase down Hagerstown's runner. He's got 2 laps to do it, but he's already half a lap behind. That's how large the advantage is for the Hawks. Montgomery's going to make their trade-off now. Pot State's holding on in fourth. They'll make their trade-off. Carroll is in danger of getting lapped. Carroll has been lapped, as has Essex, so the Lynx and the Knights are out of it. And the chase is on now. Gallion has made up some time, but here comes the bell. 1 lap to go for Hagerstown. 1 lap to go for the Hawks to get a commanding victory. Hagerstown trying to get the job done. Carroll's going to make their last transfer. Essex still waiting for theirs.
You got this, ACC.
Galleon's closing in
Boy, you got
just
this.
a bit.
Walk 'em down.
It's about a 25-second advantage. Galleon's got to make up 25 seconds if he wants a chance to catch Hagerstown. The pace is slowing just a little bit, but it still looks like Hagerstown's got a commanding lead.
Come on, Ben. He's coming, Ben.
Galleon is on the same straightaway as him. Hagerstown's into the final corner, into turn 3. Galleon is closing in. Is this going to be a repeat of last year? I don't know if there's going to be enough time. Out of the final corner comes Hagerstown. Galleon is trying. He's closed in to within 15 seconds. Galleon is coming. Is there going to be enough time? Essex makes their final transfer. It's not going to be enough. Galleon makes up as much as he can. It's not going to be enough. Hagerstown is going to take home the 4x8. The Hawks avenge their loss from last year and take the 4x8. Galleon will come home second here. Howard's going to take second place. And Hagerstown gets a huge win there. And they are going to have a commanding points lead at the end of the first day. Let's take a look back at the battle now for third place as Pot State trying to close in, but Montgomery looks like is going to take it. Carroll has started their final lap. Montgomery getting set to take it in. Here comes Montgomery to take third. The Raptors are going to get a podium out of this. They'll take third place. Essex has started their final lap. Pot State's going to take fourth.
Great job, guys.
Pot State will take fourth. Carroll's going to take fifth, it looks like. Sixth place is going to go to Essex. That'll do it for the 4x8. Hagerstown gets revenge from last year's loss. They beat the Dragons. And we'll step away quickly. Once this race wraps up, we'll get ready for 200-meter preliminaries to wrap up today's afternoon of day 1 of the Region 20 Championships. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting set for the final events of day one of the Region 20 Championships. It is the men's 200-meter preliminaries and the women's 200-meter coming up next. Here is who is in the field for the 200-meter preliminaries. The top seed, they are as follows. From Howard Community College, Caleb Adams. From Camden County College, Derek Berry. From Hagerstown Community College, Deontay Blake. From Potomac State, Michael Bowman. From CCBC Essex, Oliver Cabrera. From Camden County, Julian Chechia. From Roxbury Community College, Jamar Goss. An unattached athlete, Isaiah Gray. From Camden County, Samir Jordan. From Howard Community College, Demetrius Lewis. From Hagerstown, Caleb Long. From Pot State, Anthony Mele. From Howard, Amir Moad. From Catonsville, Donald Myrick Jr. From Montgomery, Arnold Obara. From CCBC Essex, Emmanuel Okokon. From CCBC Essex, Luca Orsino. From CCBC Essex, Taiwan Samuel. From Carroll, Isaiah Sprinkle. From Carroll, Aaron Swaby. From Potomac State, Trenton Timbrook. From Hagerstown, Nate Towns. And from CCBC Catonsville, Dominic Wyant. 23 entries will take part, and we'll have about 4 heat races for the men's to try and transfer our top finishers to the finals tomorrow. They'll start entering turn 3 of the track, and they'll go all the way around. So we have these heats plus 1 women's heat, and that'll do it for the day on what has been a solid first day of this championship. Hagerstown currently holds the points lead, but if Howard Sprinters can get the job done, they could vault back in front at the end of the first day. We'll see what happens. Thanks for sticking with us during the entirety of today's show, folks. I know it's been a long one. We've crossed the 4-hour mark, and we're all set to begin this heat race. I want to thank everybody. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for day 2, plus also tune in for softball's Strikeout Cancer Day against Hartford Community College. We'll have that live to at Kiwanis Wallace Park against Hartford Community College. That should be a fun one. That's the final game of the year. We'll bring you live for Dragons softball. So let's get going with the 200-meter preliminaries. Looking forward to this. See the runners taking practice shots.
McDonald's.
Yeah, no, I think it's
Right? They up the prices.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that boy.
Well, hold on.
You knew that? How you know what, bro? I think it was multiple. It was two.
And it looks like we're going to have Amir Moad in this first group for the Dragons. So that's your record-breaking sprinter for the Dragons is going to be in this first race.
I started loading when I look at this. She started bugging me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Looking forward on trying to wrap this one up, folks.
I was really in the fight.
Really? Like, bro, I saw it. Like,
They mix off.
They was running 3-5 to fight each other.
I got put it on. She don't look familiar. My fans used to. Both of my fans used to talk to her.
Tony Clay. The wigs and all though.
Wait, on that screen. You saw the remember the Batman? That's the
I seen that at the beginning of the niggas had the camera. Was they doing like an interview or something?
Yeah, it was trolling. It was trolling.
It was probably just trolling because it's social media and everything. Just started vibing.
Every time I've gone to Blue Mess, it's just happened.
I ain't gonna lie, it hasn't been since because now they be having police on the counter now because this day that the campus got shot up.
They got shot up like it was like 2 shootings, right?
So
This year?
Nah,
no,
2023.
2023. So since this day we have curfews. The police start driving on the campus like
Yeah, I seen
when
them driving through the
they
camp.
do that at 7 p.m. So you gotta either go to your dorm or go home. After this day, never.
They was
Runners are taking their positions. Here we go.
Oh my god.
Heat number 1.
It's not the same outside, bro. It has never been the same since that day.
Here we go. The 200-meter preliminaries.
I thought blue was on the up and up.
Well, I mean,
It was, bro.
it still
2023.
is in terms of like academics.
Here we go. Moat taking the lead on the outside.
Our nursing program.
Really?
Coming out of the corner. Amir Moat has the lead ahead of Catonsville's runner. It's going to be close, though. Here comes Hagerstown up the middle. This is going to be incredibly close, but it's going to be Moat on the outside who will take the victory, and it's going to be Catonsville who takes second ahead of Hagerstown. Amir Moat, 2 for 2 in his sprints today as he takes the 200-meter preliminary.
That boy's a dub.
And the next heat getting ready to go for our next batch of runners. Good showing from him. Solid showing from Catonsville's runner as they take home second place.
Yeah, they are.
And they're lining up ready to go for the second heat.
Yeah, our nursing program is probably like the best that represents our school for computer science a little bit behind. Like we're making advances and shit. It's like our communication's going up. But in terms of like litness, we down. That shit's good, man.
I'm not building no more dorms. We building a new dorm.
We should build one behind this building that we have, but I don't know what they're doing with it. One of our joints we don't use because it has holes in it. That shit been conditioned for like 2 years. But housing definitely the problem, so they should.
We got new house and back to back.
You just made me start just saying.
Guess what? Yep. Perfect. That's right. Once they jump out the buggy, bro, I'm beat.
We'll pack up all this, we'll put it in the shed over there, and then all that stuff, yeah. And then we'll take the cameras plus everything else I need.
Just homes.
Yeah.
My man's just
Leave the cords plugged in. And just take the expensive stuff like the laptops, the and all that. Okay.
he lived at home. See Boston.
Here we go for heat 2.
That's the best place. Me? I'm not listening to the campus and smoking that bitch. No alarms go off. Yellow, see?
You got like the little blue dogs at the bottom.
Yeah, the newest joint. That's yellow, see?
There they go. This one's going to be close too. Runner in the 3-hole charging up on the outside. One runner has dropped out. Somebody dropped out back there. So it's going to be 4 men coming to the line. And it's going to be Demetrius Lewis from Howard leading the way. And Lewis is going to win by a country mile.
Said somebody fell.
Somebody back there fell out. I think it was one of the unattached athletes.
He's still laying down on the ground. You see him by the goal? On the left side of that. I think that's it. Nobody checking on him.
And hopefully he is okay. All right, next heat, final heat for the 200-meter prelims getting set, but Demetrius Lewis might have just safely qualified himself in for Howard. Just dominating there. And there is a runner who is down. We'll step away real quick.
Hey Tim, one of the runners in that race fell over there. He's by the there. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
Hey, let Brian know. I'll bring it back.
Bring it back.
That's my foot. Girls, that's
Yeah. they was like recording a little like cameo or something for them. And I seen
What day was that? 2 cameras, 2 tripods,
was
all the
like
cables that go to the tripod
last
stack.
week. I just seen it. They had her walking to the gym, shoot the shot.
Oh, here?
I think you were there that day.
Check the shed.
Have you seen it?
Oh.
She was.
She's
So,
Watch
one last heat to go for the 200 meters for the men's, and then we'll have the women's heat, which will only feature 7 runners.
Yeah, she looked cool.
Or will
I
we?
hope they.
She probably gonna.
She already recruited. She already recruited a girl from Hong Kong.
Hong Kong.
Yeah. She actually right here. Hold on.
She gonna be going ahead.
Here we go. 200 meter final prelim. This might be the final event of the day.
Clap for that.
Beautiful weather.
Here we go.
Bro.
Good run start from Caleb Adams for the Dragons, and he is charging ahead of everybody else. Here comes Montgomery's sprinter up to try and challenge him. This is going to be close. Caleb Adams trying to hold on. It's going to be a close one here. Here they come down to the line. Caleb Adams, the Dragons are going to sweep all 3 preliminaries. An incredible achievement. Howard sweeps the 200-meter preliminaries. How about that?
He took off, bro. You got speed boost.
We should have a preliminary for the women's 200 meter, but by the looks of it, that might have been canceled because we might have not enough entries to need preliminaries. We'll hold on and wait there, folks. In the meantime, we'll step away for a short minute and be back with the results. We'll be right back. That's going to do it, folks. As we're going to wrap this one up. This has been a very productive day. Lots going on here at the track, and a lot of fun, too. Hagerstown and Howard appear to be the 2 best teams here. They've both taken a lot of big wins. Howard dominating the preliminary events for the sprints tomorrow, but Hagerstown taking care of business in the endurance races and in some of the field events as well. Both teams trading shots at each other, so it's going to be fun to see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have coverage live all day from the track. We'll also have softball coverage, but we thank you for tuning in today. This is the big man on the mic, Isaac Donsky, signing off as we're going to wrap this one up, folks. Tune in tomorrow for the conclusion of the Region 20 Championships.